All right, we're going to go ahead and continue with our game. This. All right, that's right, because I had added these bit one ways in as a safeguard for feedbacks on all my outputs. All right, so what I need to do in this one here, let's see. Okay, so this actually, so that's copy. And that's calculate. Okay. So on a copy, it's going to move stuff around on its own, but on calculate, all right, so what we got to do, I believe, is actually no. This guy here, well, this bit here, when it gets lit up, that there is going to be the calculate instruction. Now, what does the 3-bit decoder do on this? So let me just do a turns one or two up based on the input. So that's basically just toggles. So I don't know if that's, no, that's a 1-bit decoder. Where's my 3-bit decoder? Oh, right there. Because what I need to do, actually, let me bring up my little cheat sheet here real quick. So inside the arithmetic engine thingamabobber, I got signal 4 is what we've got to do. So let me see something here. If I connect you to that, if I connect you to that, what does that? So that's 0. So is or is that nothing? What I got to figure out is, or alter somehow, is when this guy here is used. Actually, I have another. Okay, this guy here. So this guy here. Let's go into that. This is my binary one, or my byte one way. Okay, so on the decoder, we take a bit input, a byte input, excuse me. We take a byte input, and based on what we get, so off, all off will give me that's immediate. Then 1. Oh, actually, I'm sorry. Both off will give me that. That will give me calculate. Then with that calculate there, because what is it actually passing value wise? It's not actually passing value, it's just passing an output to turn that on. Let's read this again here. Use the decoder you built to figure out if we should copy between registers or do calculations. This level, blah blah blah. Okay, tip, don't forget to the 3-bit decoder has a disable bit. For this level, the extra pin has been added to the registers. This pin always emits the value of the register, regardless if load is selected or not. Emits the value of the register. So I'm wondering if, okay, so it's talking about so it says this disable here. So just out of curiosity, because hold on, let's go back to this again. It says, don't forget the 3-bit decoder has a disable bit. So what happens if we turn on this? So if that's turned on, it completely disables it. So, and just out of curiosity, what happens if we do this? Oh wait, that's oh no, it's wait, always on. So if we negate this, let me just put a negate on here, just to test something out here. So that's still outputting. All right. All right, so that's a 3-bit decoder. All right, and then out of curiosity, if we do this, what happens when we do this? Okay. Okay. So if we take this, what happens if we tie this to the decoder? So if we do that, that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Because what I need to pass to where's my clean ALU? So this is the clean ALU, if you will. What I need to pass to it is my my instruction here. The instruction here is either got to be 0, 1, 2, 3. Actually, no. Hold on. Let's go. Let's take a look at the clean ALU. The clean ALU. Let's double check here. So the instruction is based on so I would want to pass a 4, which is that. So passing a 4 will add 2 values. Okay. So what happens when I pass this? So that's that there. What I'd love to see is what value that is passing from there. Can we put just for the sake of argument, put this here for a minute. Can I see a value coming from this? No, so that's passing 64 to the 3-bit decoder. And when we go to the 3-bit decoder, the input to get 4, you have to pass that, right? So, because if my desired number is 4, right? Then that would be 4, or unless it's okay, so 2 on the input. All right, so 2 on the input. See, that's the wrong one. So I don't know if that technically, because that's the wrong condition, because I don't know what this is passing to that. It's just passing a signal, but it's not passing a number. Oh, excuse me. All right, sorry. I'm not really sure how the 3-bit decoder works here. I think I need to do this first. And I think I need to do this, I think. And so if I do this, I'm passing 64. That should be. But now if I do the 3-bit decoder here, wait, that's 8-bit. Wait, that's 8-bit decoder. Where's my 3-bit decoder? That's, oh no, I'm sorry, that's 3-bit. Excuse me, my eyes are pinch or something. So if I do that, okay, if I do that, because the thing is though, this here is not passing a number. So I'm kind of at a loss here because I need to get the number 4 to this. because this decoder basically takes this in. Oh, you know what? Because this here, this is just an on or off type deal. So it's not passing any bytes. And the bit decoder technically doesn't pass any bytes either. Because if I pass a 64 to this, that won't work. And hooking up the 3-bit decoder to this doesn't do me any good. Oh, that's why it's saying OR registers 1 and 2. Because OR is basically that's not addition. Copy or do calculation, copy. Okay, so yeah, that actually changes something a little bit. We're not doing addition. We're doing OR, which is which is 0. Okay, so, but that still doesn't help with the doesn't help with this. At least not that I can, because if I do this, that gives me that number there, where I want technically but I need to pass then in that case I need to pass a see, that's also wrong, because that's immediate. So I need to do that to trigger. So I need to pass that. What happens if I connect all of these together? Yeah, so that gives me down there. So that's, and if I, oops, if I hook just that one up, so how does this, because it specifically mentions, don't forget the 3-bit decoder component has a disable bit. Well, that's all fine and good, but how does that help me out here? So if I have this here, would it be, the only way I could see that helping me out is if I did a NAND, or actually, so if I did something like this, and I'm still not really sure on this. But basically, I go ahead and put a negate there to that. Go ahead and just move that over there. Move that over there. What does that do? Problem is though, that's because one inside here is NAND. So what I'm trying to do is I need to pass 0 to this. So if I pass, how do you pass 0 to that as an instruction? Because this here, so if I go into byte maker here, that's technically, if I do this, but see the problem with doing this is I don't have a connection here. So if I do this, the output is 0. You know, and if I do that, 1, oh, right, wrong one. So we get 0, then we get 8. You know, so that really doesn't do much for me. It's not. Because I don't want to pass a 1 to that, because then that's incorrect. So I think I got to use this somehow. But this decoder here, let's look at that component again. So this is the decoder. It takes a stream, what happens if I plug both of these into the decoder? Okay, so what I've got to do is, as far as I know, I got to do this. Okay, and then we do this. So because that there is, actually let me just do this also. So 0 equals immediate. Actually, so 0, 0, 0, 1 equals, or actually equals calculate. 1, 0 equals copy, and 1, 1 equals condition. All right, so this here is, that's the copy, or that's the calculate bit. Then what? We need to pass. So because that's a byte, and so that's essentially a 1, not a 0. So that I've got to turn into a 0. So I mean, if I take that and I put it into this, what the hell does that turn into? Should turn into a 1, which it does. Which, again, doesn't do what I want it to do. Because I'm thinking, for one thing, I'm thinking that I'll need a switch for the output so it doesn't try to falsely pass an output. So I mean, so it's like, as far as the inputs are concerned, input 1 is on top, input 2 is on the bottom. This here is my output. So if okay, that's like that green color. If I go from here to there, and then from here to there, that's the input. And then this will be the output. So if, for the sake of argument, I take input of, I can't even, well, that's the thing, it doesn't allow me to, because I have to, my source, so source is, that is my input. Because that is on, and so my input of, it won't let me change the actual input number. I can't even test this, which, so right now, right, so we do this, okay. So we're passing 123 up here. And then on the next tick, it wants me to move something, register 1 should have a value of 0. And also, I don't understand how that registers 255. But that, well, so, okay. Step 1, register 1 goes that. And then step 2 is and. So, I mean, that's passing 123 out. But that's supposed to be calculate. So what happens if I just, for the sake of argument, put that there? Because this instruction here is so that there. Oh, okay. Hold on here. Hold on. Oh, okay. I think I get it. Oh, okay. I get how this is. Okay, I see what we're doing now. Okay. All right. So it's doing this here. Okay, so actually what we got to do is, okay, this is this is a little bit more complicated than I thought. So these 3 bits here, this is where the 3-bit decoder comes into play. I get it now. This instruction, and I'm not. All right, so for this puzzle, all right, okay. So for this puzzle here, now it makes a little bit more sense. Okay. So this here, okay, so it's magenta. Oh. All right, so let me take that off for a moment. All right, and I mean, I kind of get it. I figured it out. That's another story. So wrong one. That one? Oh no, it's using this one. Okay. All right, so that ties to this. All right. This here is going to determine what we do. And based on what we do, I think it's going to have to trigger. So when we do that, okay, that's going to be the calculation function. So that there is immediate, and by immediate I'm presuming that that's just going to do normal register input output type deal. So that there is copy. Okay, so copy. Okay, so that's the copy function. So when this guy here's lit up, it should activate the grays. Okay, so I need to have I'm thinking maybe this tied to a switch for these three. But then it goes to that, and that, when the magenta is being pushed, that needs to open up the magenta. That's what I'm thinking. And then the top three here on the magenta also need to go to so that is going to tie into this, because we need to send instructions over. So if I take this guy here and then so when I do that there's sending, but I gotta subtract one from this. I think, because it's passing a 2. The 2 is actually the NOR, and that's supposed to be NAND. That's OR. So I need to subtract one from what's being passed. Because with everything off, the decoder passes that. Unless oh wait, hold on. If this is OR, if I pass this up to that, but then that, but this, so in that mode it completely kills that. So I don't want that there. So if I do this with 3 of these, right, so that there will disable it. So if I'm doing that function there as such, it will disable the decoder and pass zeros. But then if I do this, see, the issue is still though I'm passing 2 instead of 1. So and I don't want to negate the value. I don't want to toggle it. All right, so how do I use this 3-bit decoder appropriately? So that, because if I pass this, it has one too many. Did we learn? Oh, wait, hold on. We have something for that. As crazy as this may sound. All right, so let me get rid of this here. We do this, and we do this, and we do that. Oops, okay, let's put you up here. All right, so if I do this, do that, do that, do that. Okay, what does that do for us? See, now that gives us 255. So if I do that, okay, that's not doing what I thought it was going to do. Oh no, I don't need neg. No, that's supposed to be a not a neg. I think. Is that right? No, so that's not what I was thinking either. Oh wait, no, it's not an or. It's an add. Add is what I was thinking, maybe. And all right, so all right, let's just move these out of the way for the moment. So I take this, and then I take this to here, and then I go there. The problem is now I'm let me get rid of that. Okay, so passing 1 here, doing a -1 there. Passing 2, -1. All right, so this passing 8. Okay, so that technically works. Okay, so I can. It doesn't seem right, but it technically works. All right. All right, so I'm just doing something here. All right, so here's the thing. When this is in this mode here, that's copy, source, destination, and still can't actually do anything with the inputs. But in copy mode, but see, the issue we have with, okay, so, well, actually, maybe not. All right, so in this mode here, the result of this is going to go down to here. Maybe now that I actually have the correct, let me see what happens here. So we load 123. Nothing is coming out of this right now yet. We're pushing one. Register 3 should have value 255. Should it? If, all right, so so 123, okay. Let's jump over to the, whatchamacallit, all right, so we're going to do instruction 1, which is the NAND, and we're going to do 123, which was that. My output is -1 because input 2 is 0. Or I'm sorry, my output is 255. All right, so that's, yeah, okay, so that explains why it's looking for that. Okay. Excuse me. So what's happening here is we're getting 123. Okay, so that's adding properly. I mean, there's a carryover the bit there, which doesn't matter. So it's giving me 0. That's all that matters. So we got 123 in register 1. Value conflict in circuit. So the issue is this here. So it's almost as if I need to have a switch active that turns off, or actually a mux perhaps, because the mux, so maybe a mux would work here. Going to register 3. So that in the, when this guy here, when that is on, that sends the signal here. All right, so let me kill that one, let me kill that, let me kill this. All right, so this one here is on by default. Okay. And then this one here, is what will get toggled. when this instruction here is activated. Let me go ahead and use go ahead and use orange. So this guy here, and we'll try to clean this up here in a bit. So in that mode there, okay, so well, that worked. The problem is register 1, this guy here should have a value of 0. And the problem is this guy here is still pushing out 123. So what I got to do is, I guess, and it originally did have a value of 123 at the start. But that's so so I need another. Do I need to put a switch here to disable this? Because this is what the issue is coming in now. All right, so just for the sake of curiosity, which I don't like this because now this shit's gonna get all ugly. Although I can put a switch here per se. So, you know what the hell? Just for the sake of curiosity, if I put a switch there, just leave it as that. Let's see what happens. But now I need for this. I need to put a switch here. On register 3. And I can tie into that. This is going to be stupid, but if I tie to that, and do something like that, technically it works. It's, but this is not how this is supposed to work. Input 123 to register 0. Good. Oh, and then register 2. Hold on. Copy input of 123 to register 0. Check. Register 2 should have a value of 0. It does have a value of 0. Oh wait, register 2. 0, 1, 2. Why should it have a register value of 0? Or do I need to do? Do we need to do an add here? An add of 1 on the output? Oh, you know what it is? I think we do. Maybe. Either that. Or inside this. Can I go back to this? So, I mean, I'm just trying to see here. If it gives me a 123 on any of the NANDs. Well, okay, so I know the code here is good. So if I go with NAND again, 123. All right, so but should that be 255? Because technically 255 is a carryover. So do I have any other results that are 255? Just so, because here's the thing is, that's no 255 is. No, something right there with that then. No, because the NAND, well, wait, the NAND should pass on. Oh, and yeah, so hold on. The NAND will pass on anything that doesn't have 2 greens. So but it's looking for a 0. Hold on. This is, oops. Wrong one. Or is this getting this value too soon? Is it getting that value too soon? Because it says here on the instructions, when in calculate mode, oh wait, in calculate mode take register 1 and register 2. So hold on. Let me back up here. Let me go to the previous map or previous level. This one here? No. This one here? No. Oh, what did I make here? Oh, that's the new like clean version of that. This one here? Yeah. So this is the one I'm working on right now. Okay, so 0, okay, so 0, 1, 2, okay. I see what I'm doing here. It starts with 0, see, okay, that's my issue. That was my bad. Wrong one. Because we want to take, when calculate mode, take reg 1 and reg 2 and put them into 3. I was taking reg 0 and reg 1 and putting them into 2. Okay, that one's my bad. Alright, so basically just move all this shit down one, move all this shit down one. Oops. Alright, so let's go ahead and clean this up real quick. Alright, go ahead and get rid of this shite here. Alright, let me redo this one here, for at least for the time being. Alright, this is where we need to put the shit. Alright. Alright, so the blue is the output from this blue here is the output from the ALU thing. This here is the common output. All right. This one here, oops, comes down to here. Let go. And that ties into that. And this. All right, so then register 1 is U. Register 2 is U. All right. So let's just run that before I go hog wild with other shit. See what happens. All right, so we're putting 123 into register 0. Good. Okay, so now register 3, 0, 1, 2, 3. Okay, so now this is the issue is activating this save here. So because as far as this is concerned, I need to do basically a switch to force a actually, do I? No. Why not just extend, oops, extend this up to that. So that'll force that to turn on. Okay. So far so good. Now what? Okay, so now copy input 138 to register 1. So now we got 138 coming off of this. Register 1 is this dude here. Oh shit, I forgot to take that switch off there. Damn it. That one's my bad. My bad. All right, let's try that again. Reset. Okay, yeah, so I am going to have to do something based on this. And when it goes to the next instruction, so if I break that there, so right now, okay, so when that is active, okay, I mean, all right, so am I gonna have to do a, okay, so do I need to do a switch on every single both inputs or just the one? Okay, so let's I'm trying to all right, you know what, let's move, okay, well, one, get that cleaned up. All right, let's move all these ands. I got room. Let's go ahead and grab all this, move them this way some, just so I have some room to put components in here. Now let me go ahead and put a switch here, right there, right there. All right, now let's go ahead and use yellow. All right, so what that's going to do is should allow, I don't know, let's see what happens. All right, so that allowed that to go through. Good. Now, good on that. Input 1 to register 1. Oh, well, yeah. Let me rehook that cable up because I forgot about that one. All right. Start over. Okay. Okay, so far so good. So we got the input there. Now what? Input 1 to register 2. So 0, 1, 2, looking good. Or what? What are you oring? Oh, or is taking. All right, so that is supposed to take. Okay, so on an or, okay. Okay, so now, oh, Jesus. Basically, on an or, can I just take this? Hold on. Give me orange. If I take this up, and I take this up, because, oh, no, wrong ones. Because on an or, we need to kick out the value of these. Right? Right. Let's see what happens here. Okay, so we're good. And good. And good. So far, so good. Value conflict 89, 25, and 123. 89, 25. Where's 123? Where's the conflict at? Right. this here is trying to push. It's trying to push something out. So when, okay, so essentially, man, I tell you, this is okay. Let me get rid of that for a moment. Let me get rid of this for a moment. So essentially, we need to have a switch on these that, so all the other registers, so when this guy here is lit up, actually, let me undo this real quick. And let me just rerun it again, just validate my thought process here. So on this one here, we want this switch here to be active so it can pass the AND command to whatever register it's loading to. Then when this command is active, we want to turn off all the, we want to turn off register 0, turn off any potential AND commands that go to them. So essentially we want to do an inverse, or we tie this yeah, so actually if I do this as such, because currently I have this, and what I could do is I could actually come down this way if I wanted to, just so it's not going all the way around. This switch here will force the exports and the import. So if I do this, let's see what happens. Reset. All right. $219 to register 2, check. Value conflict on circuit 23 and 219 right here. Why is there a value conflict here? Value conflict 23 and 219. So 219 and 23, I'm pushing up. We're getting a 223 out, which is being fed into that. What's causing the where's the conflict coming from? Oh, here. Okay. So when we're in this mode, we need to have a switch prevent, actually, because the mux is a 2-to-1. I need basically an opposite 1-to-2. But what we can do is we can put a switch. Okay, let's do this. Okay, I think I see what's going on here. Move this to there. Let me move all these one ways to the end, just to be there. All right, so now, and then move you. All right, so what I need because it's here and here. It's between. I'm gonna get a conflict now of 102 and 219, right? Yep. So I need a switch here on both of these. That prevents these from going out on the wire. Because I can't use this because we're doing bytes right now. Oh no, I can't use a switch. Because it's... Oh no. Switches, just out of curiosity, even though I know it works. Let me go back and let me just look at switches. I just want to see, what? Okay. Just wanted to revalidate what the switch looked like inside of itself. All right, so what we do is, and I'm almost tempted, I could go to a custom component and make a, nah, we won't go that crazy. All right, so we're gonna put a switch here. We're gonna put a switch here. All right, so let's go ahead and tweak our design here a little bit. We'll leave that one alone. And we're gonna move you up there, move you up there, and then up, nope. Actually, why not? Just because, you know, it, who knows what other adjustments we may need to do for this. All right, so let me go ahead. Is that the right one? Okay. So now, oh, we're using this one here, I think, right? Yeah. So go ahead, tie, nope, no, not that one. Tie this one over, tie this one over. Okay, so hold on, but we want to stop it from going across. So we need to invert the switch. Or actually, hold on. So actually, we want to tie these switches to the yellow. Right? Yeah. So instead of tying this to orange, all right, so let me tweak this. We still need to tie this into orange. And so go ahead and bring this up like we did before, just had. But we'll take this yellow dude here and tie it into the switch. So that only when it's in copy mode will it allow the outputs to go out. All right. Actually, let me go ahead and reset. All right, so we're good on that step, and we're good so far. Copy 98 to reg 1, done. 93 to reg 2. Good. Wait, 93? Okay. We're ORing. Okay, so now our outputs here are basically being stopped, and we're just pushing zeros out. So we're ORing 98 and 93, which is giving us 127, which presumably is the right one. Now we're taking reg 3, 0, 1, 2, 3, so we're taking 127 to the output. Ah, damn it. All right. So what happened now? Reg 3 should have a value of 240. Why should? Because we're ignoring 15 and 9. 3. Wait, why is it this? This should be a 2. All right, so no, it's because of how this damn bit decoder. This bit decoder here, quite honestly, is a pain in the ass. So that's one issue. Okay, so let's because it's almost as, because this here is technically this is registering as 0. So okay, let me go to the bit decoder. Actually, that's not a component factory. The 3-bit decoder. Where the hell is the 3-bit decoder at? This one right here. All right, so this takes the inputs. See, the problem here is technically this, with respects to 3 bits, isn't 8. It's technically 7, because when they're all off, so the problem is when they're all off, this here lights up as 1. But that technically, when you have no input, this first bit should be 0. Then it should be 1, 2, 4, 8, 16, 32, and so whatever the hell it is, however the bits get counted. So this 3-bit decoder is, that's an issue. And so if I just out of curiosity, if I do this, which I don't think it's going to work, that's, so technically that passes 0. That's NAND is 1, good. That's 2, which is correct technically. That's supposed to be 3. Technically that's 3, which is and, no. 3, yeah, 3 is and. Hold on, so 0. That's 1. Okay, let me turn this off. So 0, passing 1, good. Passing 2, technically good. 3 becomes 4. That's not, see, this is where this bit decoder doesn't work. However, what if, all right, just for the sake of curiosity, if I do this, so passing 0, 1, 3, 2, maybe that's what I should have done, is that. This way I can get rid of this shit here. We don't need to add. It just, that, they said, don't forget that 3-bit decoder you had. But that 3-bit decoder, the number from a binary perspective is off. All right, so I can do that, I think, because at least for now. All right. All right, let's see how this works. Because that was an issue, is it passed wrong. All right. Okay. Well, no, that's good. So we have another value conflict here. Why do we have a value conflict? We have a value conflict on this line because we are trying to take R1 to output. So we're in copy mode. R1, this one right here, we're trying to push 101 onto it, and because, well, hold on. You know why? Because this here is okay. So I'm gonna have to think of a different way of doing this. Okay. Let me grab something more to drink real quick. I see the problem, and well, at least I see this problem. We'll be back in just a moment. Okay, so the issue is with this part right here. All right, so what we're going to do is put so we're going to rerun the orange one a different path. All right, so what I need to do is I need a switch. Put a switch here. I'll put a switch here, and then put a switch here. And then I think, yeah, we're running that orange there. So that switch goes there. That switch goes there. That switch goes there, or cable, excuse me. And then we'll just tie it this way. But then we're going to take this and do this. And then from here, tie into that as such. All right, so that should, so when we're in OR mode, which is that mode there, these switches should activate as they did. All right, cool. And then when we're in copy mode, the switches are off, which will then rely on the AND gates, which are now enabled, or which now can pass traffic because of these switches here. All right, so let's see. Oh, okay, no, that's good. Output is not enabled. Why is oh, because I need to wait, why isn't the output enabled? Well, the output's, that's not my fault that the output's not enabled, because you didn't grab the output, because in order for, because that's the output. Because it should have been, the instruction you should have given was that. It's not my fault they didn't enable the output. That's your code fault. You didn't pass the right instruction. Because we're copying, for example, register 3 to the output, which is a correct instruction. Again, register 3 to the output, correct instruction. Again, register 3 to the output, good instruction. Here you got to register 4 to the output, good instruction. Register 5 to the output, good instruction. Into register 1. Register 0 to output. 2 to out, 3 to out, 4 to out, 5 to out, 0 to out, 1 to out, 3 to out, so I'm curious as to all the other instructions to go to the output have been fine so far. I'm kind of confused on why that. Oh, why'd you give me an error before then? Okay, that rerun. Okay, stop and rerun this. Okay, I don't understand why it gave me an error on that previously, but maybe I needed to do a reset before I did that. Okay. All right, that was fun. Okay, so conditions and program. Let's go to conditions. All right. This level has a value input and 3 condition bit inputs. 3-bit selects the 3 bits, select the condition as shown below, check the value against the selected condition and output if it is satisfied, and okay. So value is greater than value equals 0. Okay, so all right, so this condition code here is going to be never. This condition code here will be always. Always. Well, no, actually, so always, never, and then if value doesn't equal 0, is greater than or equal 0, is greater than 0. Okay, this should be fun. Excuse me. All right, let me document this again. Actually, I can just leave this up, right? Yeah, we'll just put this right here. All right, so this is all right. Okay, so based on the instruction here, I have to determine what to send here. All right, so what we need to do first is, because well, this here doesn't do crap for me on this, not at least not right now, but maybe. But we need to split this so that I can get those. But then I have to somehow calculate what this is with respects to, well, so the one thing I know is if this and then where's it out? If that, ups that and that. If this is true, then I know that I can do this. That's the only one for a fact I know will work. No questions asked. Because if the input is that, oh, hold on. Sorry. Let me have this in the wrong place. Oops, no, I don't want that. I want this. All right, so that's the only one that I know will 100% work. But now the whole condition thing. Oh, well, hold on. So we go to this. Maybe. So basically we have to do an, I don't know. Check the value against the selected condition and output if it satisfies, if it is satisfied. So so How does this work? Well, so the two that will work 100% of the time will be the never and the always. But now it's like this condition here is the condition of if the value equals 0. So technically that one would work 100% of the time also, because this switch here is always going to push out a 0 unless the switch is open. So technically, but so technically never and so like this. So here we're saying never. We're inputting a 1. We're outputting the output's off. Well, it's getting a 0, so I guess that's okay for it. Here we've got never, and it's getting a 0, so that's fine. Here, it's a never, regardless of the value output. So again, never. Then this one here, it's equals 0. Well, because we're not, well, technically we're outputting a 0, but I don't think that technically counts because we're not truly passing a full bit through or byte through here. Yeah, so what I don't know is how to the greater than or less than 0 makes me think I've got to do some sort of adding or subtracting or some shit like that, but what I'm supposed to add to it is the question. All right, so just for sake of curiosity here, let's say man, see, I'm not. I'm this one here. I'm with what I've with the. Well, I think, okay, so just out of curiosity here, if I were to use this, because we're only going to use the first 3, so in doing this, that can give me a direct tie to do some stuff there, and I'm stuck. I can't move these, can I? Yeah. But how do I manipulate? Okay, so I know this. If that is on by itself, so if this is on, this is easy, just so if I have an input of that, it'll pass that. That there, easy enough. For never, don't need to do crap. It just sits there. For this one here, how do I do comparative? How do I compare stuff in this? That's the thing, is I don't know how to compare stuff in this. Unless maybe, okay, so unless maybe oops. Yeah, let's go ahead and move this over here. Just to give me some room. Okay. So if I do a byte splitter here, just for the sake of argument. You know, how do we do a comparison? To 0, for example. Well, one way, okay, so in this, going in this method here, if this is lit up at any time, that will be less than 0. So and less than 0 instruction would be that one there. So this here, all right, but now we need, because we need to put this back together again. So if I do an and, which one are we anding here? So that there is less than 0. Okay. So that's the third one here. So if that and we'll just tap it here. If those two conditions are true, then we can do this. Okay. So now for the positive number, which would be all of them, so this, that, and that, basically have an AND gate. Okay, so just say, we'll put it here. Just for the time being. Let me go ahead and slide this over. All right, and let me put an inverter here. And we're tying into all three, right? Which is the wrong one. So we're tying into the bottom one. All right, so actually here, put the inverter there. So if this, actually I could just do that. If that and that are true, and we have some sort of input. Okay, so that works. So now as far as the less than or equal to 0, that would be an OR, right? So, and same thing. Okay, so for the less than or equal to 0, would be well, okay, so for this one here, what's the less than or equal to 0? This and this, which lights up this. All right, so let me move this down. So that and that, just for the sake of argument. No, because that's positive. Because it's an OR, so it's picking up on that. I need a 0. How about this? So, but I need this tie-in also. Oh no, you know what? A three-way. I don't know. It can't. No, a three-way AND wouldn't do it. A cascaded OR. Because I need to get 0. All right, so how do we get 0? Well, 0, we can pull straight from this. So if this equals 0, 0 will... Okay, no. So it'll be similar to this, because this one here is that. But what we do is, right, so the equal to 0, which is that, is essentially as crazy as this tie into this. How's that circle dependency? Oh, okay, I see. What if I put a, oh, I don't have a buffer there. You're gonna make me put another gate, you bastard. Because I could take this 0 here, negate it, and put it an and. Okay, so I was hoping I could take that, but I don't have the option of what you call it. Actually, 0 is easy. 0 is an always on. So if we put an always on here, we'll just put it up here in the corner for a moment, and we invert it. That's technically a 0. So if I do that, and then 0 is that, but I take that and tie it to that. That's 0. I mean, technically it's 0. Do I actually need one for 0? No, I don't think I do. Just for the simple fact that this is automatically going to push 0 if it's 0. So how do I do it if it's like greater than or equal to or less than or equal to 0? That's the, because the greater than 0, all right, so greater than 0 is, or actually, so less than 0 is that. And so as long as I have got one of that, boom, that's less than 0. But now, if I want to do, now here's a question. What happens? Well, it all depends on, it doesn't matter what the value is. This is basically going to tell it whether or not it goes forward or not. So this condition here is less than 0. So that's pushing out. So now I need to do less than or equal to 0. So how do I have this gate open here if we have 0? Because if we got negative, it opens it, but unless because this is actually, so if I take this one and tie it into this one instead of going up, what if we go down? So I mean, technically, if it's 0, hold on. So will that, okay, so 0, hold on, this is my push. My push is making, actually, wait, hold on, there we go. So that is less than 0. So it's pushing out. So that, okay, so this is less than 0. Okay, let me go back a couple steps here. All right, so that's less than 0, which feeds this guy here and this guy here. All right. This one here is greater than 0. And that is those two. Wait. I'm sorry, greater than 0, those two. That's this guy here. And the inverse of this one here. All right, so now okay, so greater than or equal to 0, that's the, damn, wrong two. Greater than or equal to 0 is that. That one needs to be greater than or equal to 0 is basically the same as this one here, except it's got I gotta actually, does it actually have to be different? Yes, it does, because if they decide to throw a 0 in there, I can't have it use the same. Actually, why can't I? Just out of curiosity, what happens if I do this? That's greater than or equal to 0. And that there is greater than 0. But now the thing on this one here is so actually it's this one here, the greater than 0 is the one that The greater than 0 or greater, so if I have that, that won't go through. But if I have this, technically if this pushes a 0, it's going to pass it and it shouldn't. So here you go. Idea. Not necessarily the prettiest of ideas, but idea. All right, so this guy here cannot go if there's a 0. So if I put a switch, let's say right here. All right, and I take, we'll go this way just because I need room. Actually, you know what? Take it all the way down. Okay. So that will not pass. But now if I do this, it will. And if I do this, it technically that should, I'm not getting output because this here is passing. But if I have that, it goes through because I have an 8. So anything greater than 0 is going to open up the switch. But now if I have a 0, it closes the switch, so that won't go. All right, so that works for that. So then the greater than or equal to 0 is basically anything positive. So for that, and actually I think what I can do here, gonna kind of look ugly, but what we're gonna do here is we're gonna rotate this. And then this guy here is feeding into this. I'm gonna have this come across and feed up like that. Still need this one here though. So actually we can leave that as is. And then this guy here, which is greater than or equal to 0, is pretty much anything that's not negative, so that can go like so, right? So it'll be on right now. Oh, actually, let me get my, all right, so that will pass, but now that won't. Okay, so this one here, never, we just leave alone. Doesn't even need to be connected. All right, so what do we got left? Equal to 0. So equal to 0 is this. That's incorrect. Because if it's a positive number, all right, so basically we do a similar switch concept here. And so how we'll do that is we'll do this. And actually, this. So we can do it like that, and then we can tie the yellow into that. All right, so this guy there. No, I shouldn't be passing anything. It's not equal to 0. Oh no, I gotta put a inverse on there. That's why. I gotta invert this. So if I pass a negative, it's still passing data. All right. So let me change this around here. So actually, just wish I had more room. All right, so put an inverter right there. I'm going to bring this way. We'll tie it in like that. All right, so this one here equals 0. Should not go through. Now, if I do that, it does go through because it's 0. Okay, so now less than 0, which is this one here. It's basically got to use. So less than 0 is fine. So that's less than 0. So that one there's fine. Then we got less than or equal to 0, which is this guy here. And I gotta basically do another switch just like this. I'm running out of switch space to do this. I guess I gotta do the switch out here. All right, so man. So basically it's gonna be just like this switch here. Sort of, I think. Let me see here. This one here is off if it's a 0. But if I have any input, it goes on, so I don't need to invert it. All right, so this one here, but not that one there. This one here is on if there's a 0. So I can actually use this here. I don't need to do another inversion. I can just do that and then take this one here, tie it to that one there, right? So this and this. No. This, the 0 part. Hold on. Hold on. Well, actually, okay, so less than or equal to 0 can actually be an OR. So if I put an OR here, right? So either that or that. So we're at 0. The big thing is okay. So now my issue is if I hit that if I hit a negative with anything. So if I have a negative here, technically the OR is going to go off, so that won't work. So I can't do that like that. All right, so all right, so let me see here again. So that's if it equals 0. So if it equals 0, 0 here comes up, it inverts it, goes down to this, and this guy here is not getting a signal, so it goes up and hits that. Now, if I have a 1, it kills it because this is dead. And if I have a negative, it kills it here because it's okay. So we're good on that. This guy here, which is this one here is less than 0. Less than 0 should only go off on that, and that's true. So because we got our signal from here, which feeds, and then we get our signal from here, or I mean from here, which feeds. So that one, oops. There we go. So we get our signal from here that feeds, and we got our signal from here that feeds. Because if I go to 0, it should stop feeding. So then for this guy here, which is going to be less than or equal to 0. So this is my 0 that's feeding in. But here's the thing is, if it's 0, it needs to go. And if it's less than 0, so that it needs to go. Or, you know, combination of the two. Problem is the OR. If I do an OR there, it's, that's okay. So let's skip that one for the moment. All right. So then always on. That's easy. That just goes straight and turns on the switch. So whatever input I have, it goes out. All right. Then value doesn't equal 0. That's this one here. I haven't done that one yet. That one there should be a straight one as well, and that is if I can, that is if I can get a damn switch in here. So pretty much I put a switch in line with this that feeds directly off of this. So actually, well, because I need all these lines here because of the bridge. You know what I can do to maybe make this a little bit more user friendly for me? I only have to tap off of the 128 once. All right, so I think I can get a little bit more room, perhaps, if I do this. Okay, so let's get rid of let's get rid of this yellow set here real quick. All right. And what we're going to do, we're going to squeeze this in. And we're going to squeeze this in. All right. And then we're going to move all this down. And I'll reposition some of these. All right. All right. That'll give me a little bit more room to move. All right, I don't need this, so I'll go ahead and get rid of those. All right, so, and you know what? I know I have the idea in my mind what needs to happen. I'm gonna go ahead and clear out some of these and try to reorganize some of these cables. All right, so we're gonna kind of start over here. All right, so I need the switch here on output, because that is obviously how we're passing the output. All right, so that there should be fine. And then the input, this guy here, that's my negative 128, which will determine, whether or not it's negative or not. We're going to use yellow for the switch connections. All right, so we'll just push this up here. So that one there is this guy here. So I'm just going to push that straight out. And the never, we don't even need to worry about connecting. So if anything, never can connect to that or not. Okay, well, never just doesn't have to be connected. All right, so now the equal to 0. So for this guy here, equal to 0 is pretty, and actually equal to 0 is pretty straightforward. And what we do for equal to 0, we don't need any ands or ors or anything like that. It's pretty much a switch with an inverter, and we we'll make you purple this time. We'll feed you this way around this way. So if it's equal to 0, you're gonna do that. So equal to 0 is that. Boom, we're golden. Granted, it's not technically passing anything, but it's fine. All right, so now less than 0. Okay, so now this is where we have to start using ands. Because at least do we actually have to use an and on this, or yeah. All right, so we'll put this AND gate way up here at the top since it's tying into this one here. All right, so that's going to be this one here. So this one here, we'll just bring there, go up, tie into that, and And then this guy here can go up, tie into that. All right. All right, so that is this dude here. And so if it's less than 0, oh, you know what? One very important thing we need here. Let's go ahead and feed this. All right, so all right, so that works there. Okay, and just to validate 0. Yeah, so 0 we're passing. We got green on the switch here. Now granted it's 0, so the output's not going to show anything. But on this one here, all right, so then less than or equal to 0. That's these two here. So from the less than perspective, this is our less than perspective. So less than 0 is going to be this. Because don't want to do a three-way AND, because if it's 0, then this won't trigger it. So my equal to 0 would be this here. What if I did an OR for this and this? Well, because if I did an OR between these two, then it kind of defeats the purpose. So how do we do? Trying to think here. It's the equal to 0 portion is what I'm kind of racking my brain on right now. Equal to 0 or less than. Because I can't do an and there. Because also, so if we're negative, what about What about this? If I put a gate right here, let's say, and I take this, tie it into that. So that one, this one here is, but see, less than 0 is triggering it, so that won't work there. And it's giving a false pass down this way. So yeah, that won't work. Okay. Yeah, so that there is less than 0. Oh, I gotta get rid of this because that thing there is passing data. All right, so let me think here. So because like I said, if I do an or, actually, nor no, like I said, a three-way and wouldn't do it because if it's a 0 and not a negative number, because it wouldn't work properly. A nested and wouldn't work. Nested or wouldn't work. Actually, a nested or would work. Actually, it wouldn't be a nested or. It would be an or then an and. Okay. I think. So the way this one would work is all right, so we would need a different and. Let's go ahead and move this and down. All right, what is this and tying to? This and is going to, okay, get rid of that, get rid of that. All right, so let's just move you out here for a moment. I got an idea. Move you down for a moment. All right, for this guy here, which is a direct activation, go ahead and send you up, over, and down, just so I can clear that out. All right, so this guy here, which ties to this one here, bring you over and up, and then up and over. All right, so that there is not that one. Is that okay? So that's 0, which is fine technically, because again, it's not going to pass any data across here, so that's fine. And then this one here is less than 0. So boom, less than 0. We're passing data. Okay, so now here's my thought process on this next one. So what we do is, this is gonna be the weird one. Leave myself room. This is gonna be a goofy one. Essentially, this guy here is going to tie to this, and this guy here going to tie to this. Then we're going to take an and, wrong and. Going to take an and. Actually, I can just, technically I can just put the and right there. No, I can't, because I need room to, so we can put the and there. This is where it gets goofy. We take it from here up to here. In my mind, that works. Will it actually work? Let's find out. So this is going to be for less than or equal to 0. So boom, boom. All right, so we're good here because it's passing that or. All right. Now, if we go to 0, it works because that's going that way. So, okay, that works. And the inverse should be true when I go to this one here. Because basically, okay. Uglies could be. I'm sure I could tweak how it looks. Possibly, but we'll go with it. All right. So, I'm going to hold there for a minute. We'll grab me something to drink real quick, and we'll continue pressing on with this here in just a few moments. So, be right back. Actually, just thinking about something. I just want to do a quick test here, out of curiosity. This here, just out of curiosity, if I feed that and I give it a negative 128, okay, if I give it a, all right, so what I was curious on is just to see if there would be any different light ups, you know, with negative 128, because then I could possibly get rid of this entirely, just have the input go into the output via the switch, and then just using that decoder. So just out of curiosity with this, because I think this is just that's not going to change. Yeah, so okay. Just wanted to do a test. Okay. All right, so now we got, so now if value doesn't equal 0, which is the opposite of this. So this is if it equals 0. So if the value doesn't equal 0, it's going to be an AND between this. And I got to do another AND because I got to be careful about crossing, tapping. Oh, I can't tap into this AND. So we'll go ahead and put it AND right, wrong AND. Keep on doing the three-way AND. All right, so for this one here, this go straight to there, and then basically we need take this, but but the thing is though, yeah, well, it doesn't equal 0 can technically mean a negative number. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna take, no, I can't take off that because that's inverted. So I could technically tap from this, so we'll go ahead and tap from this, bring it over. All right, so that is if that 1 and 3, so those two. So as long as it's not 0, okay, so any output, positive or negative, we'll trigger it, because not equal to 0, like I said, could be a positive or negative number. All right, so then greater than or equal to 0 is essentially going to be this another and or combo here, in which I've got to do how is this one going to work? So equal to 0, or okay, so all right, so I believe I'm going to just set it up down here, and I'll tweak its location after I do a test. So greater than 0, well, greater than or equal to 0. So for 0, actually, this is going to be a weird one. So this may actually use the three-way AND on this. So greater than 0 we put an inverter there. I'm just going to use a different color just for the sake of testing this. So that will give me so I get an OR there. Technically it hits on that, but this then that's one issue there, is it is hitting on that. Okay, no, here we go. So we take, grab another inverter. And I tap off of this. All right, so if it's negative, neither one hits. If it's 0, it'll hit on this. If it's positive, it won't hit here. But it's technically, I guess technically this here is passing a 0 because it's not getting a signal. So actually, the key is if it's passing a negative, you don't want to do it. So that would kill that OR. So as long as it's a 0, they're good. So then, all right, so then in this situation, but now if we do have a number, it's technically still good. So as long as we don't have a negative here, all right, so then, okay, that actually is working strangely better than I thought. We tie this to this, and this to this, and this over. All right, and this is these two dots here. So that's 0 technically. If I do negative, it kills it. But if I do any other number, it passes it. Even though it's technically being blocked here, what's happening is, I guess, because this is not passing a negative value, that means it must be at least 0 or higher. So it's opening that up. Okay, so that works. Okay, so can I move? All right, you know what we're gonna do? We're gonna actually slide. We're gonna slide this. So let me kill that real quick. Let me kill that. Go ahead and kill that for a moment. We're gonna actually slide this over and slide this that way. So go ahead and just slide that over for the moment. And then go ahead and move this all the way over here. All right. And then this is the output. Go ahead and move the output all the way down. Oops. Just because. And then go ahead and take this. Oops, wrong one. Go take this, put it down here. And go ahead. Nope. Go ahead and do that. All right. Now I gotta run this cable around, but we will do that here in a second. All right, so now I can go ahead and let's go ahead and put this, and suppose we can put that and right there. That one there is just greater than 0. I'm gonna move you down further, actually. Just give them a little bit of room. And we'll move you guys over here, like so. All right, so I gotta tie this guy here. We'll tie you into that one, and then we'll tie the purple 0. Nope. Tie purple 0 as such. All right, and then this guy here is yellow. Now I gotta give room for my orange. Connect that one. All right, so orange is gonna have to tap into, so I can do this. Go down and tap into that, because I'll tap into that orange there. All right, so I'll finish up. I'll move the orange up there once I figure this one out here. So greater than 0 is going to basically be an and, just a straightforward and. A two-party and, if as it were. I'll just put you right there. In which with the switch, the switch is going to be this, or the switch will be keyed off of that, I should say. Just trying to look at where how I'm gonna route the orange. Actually, I can route the orange up this way. All right, so if we put this here, let's say. All right, so put the switch there. We feed into this. This comes straight across to that. We take this, feed it to that. Now, orange needs to tie into this. So take orange. Yeah, take orange from here. Screw it. Tie up all the way, and then that. So in theory, if I do all three. If I hit the right inputs, that is. Oh, I need an inverter here. Yeah, so I need to invert this one here. That's right. All right, so let me go ahead and put my inverter here. All right, so then trying to decide how I want to route this. I will route it like this. Okay, so now positive number, and I should only have that one lit up, right? Now if I go negative, turns off. I think in theory this should work. All right, so let's do a full test here. All right, so never is that switches off here. Value equals 0, so that's equals 0. Technically the switch is on, and then next value, if it's less than 0, switches off. Make it go negative, switches on, good. Less than or equal to 0, so technically it switches on, we're passing 0. It's not showing anything because 0, but then if I go negative, we're good. Oh, let me do a positive test. We're off, and also let me do a positive test on this as well. So we're off there, on there. Okay, good. And so then, so we did that. Okay, so we'll go down the path again. So this one here is less than or equal to 0. So with the positive number, switches off. 0 switches on. Negative number switches on. Okay, then we go to always. Switches on, regardless of number input. Okay. Now we go to not equal to 0. So we're at 0, switches off. Positive number switches. Okay, so that's an issue there. Because I've got it set up for the negative number, but not the positive number. How do we do this for the positive number? All right, let's backtrack to, well, yeah, because so negative number is fine, but it's a positive number here. And I can't put a positive number here because I don't have the buffer to prevent the reverse flow. Because if I tie, for example, if I tie this to this, one, it does that, but would technically push a 1 down. Yeah, go away. I got it. You're gonna make me go up, back up here and come back in, aren't you? Wait, wrong one. This one. So for, give me the instruction again. So for this and this, how do, okay, I've got to get, I got room. All right, so, excuse me. Let's go ahead and slide this down, I guess, as much as we can. And then, because this is the one I need to work with here. Let's go ahead and slide Let me break this one off. Break this one off for the moment. And let's go ahead and slide you guys down as far as I can. All right. And you're the orange that I got to tie into. So we'll do that there. All right, so now, and also let me, okay, this one here is just, this is going out. Oh no, that was going to that. So we'll go ahead and basically take you down like so. All right, so now for this guy here, I'm sorry, this guy here. So actually, let me move this one just so I can have some room to maneuver. So move you roughly there. And actually, let's do this. Just to give me as much space as I can. All right, so for that one there, I need, that one there is not equal to 0. So not equal to 0 can be a positive or a negative number. This actually, you know, I didn't have to do all that moving. I did to a certain extent. This one here is actually easy now that I think about it. We put a switch in here. Okay. That switch is going to be tied to the purple. So now that I think about it, I may move stuff back. But the switch here, the activator on the switch will be the purple. Because if just trying to think of where I want to run the purple from. So if I put that there, and let's break this one. If I come over, down, up, and over, take my purple down this way, I guess, maybe. Not what I would prefer to do, but it'll work. And then let's go ahead and get this guy reconnected. All right, so in theory, nothing. No, because it works on that, but it doesn't work. It's still got an issue on the, well, that's not the issue there. So that, yeah, so that's not the issue. Because that there gives me the circle dependency stuff. I wish, I understand, I wish I could get rid of this warning without having to leave the level map and come back onto it. Yeah, so that's not the issue. My issue, okay, no, so this is what we do. We do the all right, so go ahead, clear this, clear that. Go ahead, clear this for the moment. All right, so the issue is this is I need to do an OR similar to this. So basically what I need to do is we'll put an OR right there, okay? And we'll take this orange one up. Keep on taking it up. Get rid of that. Actually, let's do this. I bring you all the way down as such. And then I do that. Get rid of that, get rid of that. I can put the OR actually, let's do this. You go there and then go straight down. All right. So then we'll take this here, tie you to that. Take you, tie you to that. And then like such. And in doing so, what I can do now is sort of do that. Still kind of wish I could have a cleaner hit on that switch there, but all right, so let's see now. We're at 0, we're at 1, and we're at negative. Because on a negative, both sides of the OR will hit, which is fine. But on a positive, I get an OR here. Okay, so let's walk through this completely one more time. All right, so never. Actually, is there a way? Oh, this doesn't have the instruction thing where I can just hit the switches down here on the input. Actually, can I do it this way? All right, so never, good. 0, but I can't have both active at the same time. So I guess we'll just do it this way. So 0. Okay, so that's never. If it equals 0, the switch here is off. Make it negative, it's still off. Make it 0. It's technically pushing, so. All right, so then less than 0. So it's at 0, nothing. Positive number, nothing. Negative number is pushing, so that's good. Next one is less than or equal to 0, which is this. So right now it's at 0, it's pushing. We're at a negative number, still pushing. Positive number, it's stopped. Okay. Now going to always, which is that one. There's no value coming in here, but let's go ahead and just, there's a 1 and there's a negative, so passing that. Value does not equal 0, which is that. So it's at 0, it's not sending anything. Positive number, sending. Negative number, sending. Greater than or equal to 0. So we're at 0, it's on. We're positive is on. We're negative, it's off. And then greater than 0. So we're at 0, it's off. We're negative, it's off. We're positive, it's on. All right, I think we've got a winner on this. Okay, so hold on. Regards to the value output, the value is 0, output. Well, I'm technically outputting 0. I mean, I mean, how do you output zero? Zero is zero. So there is no signal for zero. So how do you output zero? I mean, even if I, just for sake of argument, connect 0 to 0 as such. Okay, let me kill this connection there. If I do that, and it's not passing anything. So how do you pass 0? If value equals 0, or is this a matter of, okay, so what is the value equals 0 one? If value equals 0, that's this guy here. That's this. So in this instance here, okay, just for the sake of argument, that's this guy here, right? Right. So just for the sake of argument, because technically this is passing 1. And like if I go to this, because, well, no, so if I, because if I do an always on, so just out of curiosity, let's do this just for the sake of curiosity here. So like an always on, I believe, is considered a 1. So this guy here is technically pushing, you know, it's all right, let's just for the sake of curiosity here, if I put this here, all right, and I tap that like so, I mean, it's technically, it's pushing, but am I supposed to somehow get, okay, I think I get it. I think I get it. Yeah, because as far as this is concerned, it's not looking for the actual value. This is just looking for an on off. All right, so this is going to be kind of weird. This switch here is going to be a feed for another switch. If I'm interpreting this correctly. We have an always on here. And actually, let's do this. Let's make these gray. Is this what it's looking for? All right, so no, not quite. All right, so for example, let's do always, this is always. Let's give it a positive number. Give it a negative number. So what it is essentially we need to put XOR. No, no. Hold on. Let me think here. So actually, so this value here is irrelevant. Now that I think about it, this here is passing a positive signal. Oh, that's the solution right there. That. So this here is irrelevant. Technically, this here is irrelevant. All I need is that. Because all we're looking for here is a signal indicator here, because we're not passing the value, we're just basically turning output on. All right, so with that being said, well, actually, so with that being said, go ahead and get rid of that, get rid of this, get rid of that. Go ahead and move this over, because we're going to slide some stuff over so I can just have the switch be a little bit cleaner. Slide this over. Go ahead and slide this over, this, like so. This, and go ahead and slide, oh, nope. Slide that over. Go ahead and move you over. Scratch that. Do it this way. Get rid of that. And go ahead and move you over. All right. Go ahead and move you over a little bit. All right, so now we gotta still get these tied into the whatchamacallit, but I can do it this way, I think. Actually, you know what? Let's go ahead and move you over just one, okay? Nope, not there. Yeah, no, that's right. That's right. That's not right though. Not. That's okay. That's okay. So actually, let me do a different color for this connection here, because that's not an actual what you call it. Same thing with this, even though technically that doesn't matter, but we'll do it anyhow. All right, so this can come here. All right, so let's go ahead and move you over. Move you over. Move you over. All right. So now what we can do is we can put you like right there. Put you right there. Nope. All right, so I think this is actually what it's looking for. So let's find out. So never, this switch is never on, so therefore it's not going to pass anything. All right, so now we are equals 0. We equal 0, good. Positive number, it stops. Negative number, it stops. Okay, good. Less than 0. Okay, we are at less than 0. We're at 0, nothing. Positive number, nothing. Negative number, we're good. Okay. Then less than or equal to 0. 0, good. Less than 0, good. Positive, no. Then always good. Positive, negative, still passing. Good. Then doesn't equal 0. That's that there. So we're at 0, no. Positive, yes. Negative, yes. Okay. Greater than or equal to 0. So we're at 0, yes. Positive, yes. Negative, no. Good. And then last but not least, greater than 0. That one's broken. No, that's always. Sorry. Greater than 0. So 0, no. Negative, no. Positive, yes. Okay. I think that's what it was trying to do. I was trying to pass the value, the actual value to it. It's just, if it matches the respective condition, turn out on. So survey says, got it. Your circuit has been saved to the component factory. Okay. This one here. The instruction input component has been removed. It has been replaced by a program component. Every tick, use the counter to load the next instruction from the program memory. Oh my God. What the boop, 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 boop. Well, at least they gave me a little bit more room here. But I mean, is this just as simple as that? Obviously not. Oh, I gotta hook up a counter. Oh, okay. But it did say hook up a counter. Okay, at least I can move that. Okay, so let me reread this again. Don't really care about that part. Okay, it says it has been replaced by a program component, i.e. this. Every tick, use the counter to load. Okay, so basically I gotta do a registry thing type deal, I think. I mean, I've got a counter. Where'd the counter go? Where the hell did the counter go? I know I built a counter. Oh, there it is. Increment each tick unless overridden. So I'm thinking, okay, so obviously that has to connect to that. And I'm guessing that has to go to that. Output not enabled. Because it didn't pass anything on there. So do I need an always on? Is that how it works? So no. Or okay. I think I get it. Maybe. Maybe, I don't know. I have no idea. All right, so we put a counter here. Oops. Put a counter there. Okay. Okay, so that's okay. So, okay, that was easy enough. All right. Oh, let me grab another drink here real quick, stretch my legs, and we'll press forward. So, be back in just a few. All right, continuing on. We need a way to directly move numbers from our program into registers. For this, we use the immediate mode when the two highest bits are, When in immediate mode, the whole byte is interpreted as a number that we can save into register 0. This means we can save any value between 0 and 63. All right. Let's read that one more time. Okay, so when we're in immediate mode, so immediate mode is going to be this guy here, right? Oh, I don't have a wait, or is that immediate mode? This means we can move, save. Oh, okay. Okay, let me see what happens here. Okay, so if it's below 63, the value should go to register 0. So in this mode here, okay, so in this setup here, we've basically got to let me think here. Let me think. All right, so this is just loading into register 0. So immediate mode. So this guy here should flip this. Should flip a switch here. So let me go ahead and well, it's not flip a switch, but yeah, to a certain extent, activate. All right, so So we put a switch, another switch here. Yet another switch. All right, so what color do we want to use for this? I don't know. Let's use that color. Let's use this blue. We haven't used blue. All right, so in this instance, hold on. So actually, hold on. It's the switch. I mean, the switch actually goes here ish, or we can put the switch here. Let's put the switch here, because all right. So now we do from here to here, and then tie this over as such, and then that goes to that. So for starters, let's just see what happens. All right, so that activates that, which is good. All right, but we're not done yet. That's just step one. Okay. So now I'm gonna move this counter up and over, and I'm gonna move this. And the reason why we're moving this is because this here is also going to do, where's our mux? Toggle between, no, I don't want a mux. Because basically, so what would 63 normally do? 63, for example, under normal circumstances, would open everything up. But here's the thing: is if it's less than 63, that's the key. Is if it's 63 or less, it's an immediate load. So actually, I still need this connected. But at the same time, what I need to do is feed this number into here. So essentially, we're going to do another, similar to what we did here. So we will do a mux. And we'll flip it around like so. And put the mux there. And so now what we're going to do, we got to take this number here and split it over here. We also got to get this to the trigger there, which I guess we could go up and around. Actually, can I go through this? Yes and no. I like to have it be a little bit cleaner than that. All right, so go ahead and move that back to that. Okay. Oh, excuse me. So I need, well, one, I need to take value here. So essentially we're going to split it. I'm going to carry it around. All right, actually, let's have this go just one click lower. And actually, here, let's do this. That one and that one. Come on down a little bit. Okay. And actually, let's do this. Go ahead and move this down 2 clicks. 3 clicks. All right. Reason being is we'll move this down, move that up like that. So, all right. So now this blue one here, that everything else down here should be okay because none of that moved. Oh, excuse me a second. All right, sorry. All right, so let's go ahead and get this blue one. Take this blue one up here, over, and we need to tie into this mux here. So go ahead and come down like so, and then the gray one, and we'll adjust the height of this after we get after we get it everything in position. That one there needs to come down to about there and over like so. And actually what I can do here, just shorten it up a bit. We can move this over to about there. That'll work. And for the mux connection, we can bring it in a little bit. I suppose we could bring this one in, I guess, a little bit as well. Actually, you know, that one there, you know, hold on. Let's tweak something real quick. That and that, and actually, first of all, this get rid of. So that. Let's bring it in. How far over can I go? Right there. This one here actually needs to go up, like so. And this one here. Oops. And then go ahead and move these over to right there. Cool. And can't really drop it, so that's good. And then we'll go ahead and lower this by 1. Actually, we could lower it a couple more than that. We could. That's about as low as we can go. Okay. So in my mind, I don't know if this is correct or not, but when this is red, it will, this will turn green, excuse me. When this turns green, it opens up this mux here, it activates the load for that. Perfect. Okay. And then I think we'll be, nope, wrong answer. Input should only be enabled when reading, input should only be enabled when reading. Okay. So I gotta tweak some of these. So when this is active, because here's the thing is, I can't break this here. So am I gonna have to do, I got room, sort of. If I slide this over some more, and do a set of switches that are essentially turn off these. But is it too late then? All right, can I rotate this? So let me just see here. I can rotate it. Would I want to rotate it though? If I rotate it, my address, this here is my address. Because I'm just looking at, all right, so how far can I move? Let's see, go ahead and get rid of that for the moment. Go ahead and get rid of that. I can bring this to right. I need a have a gap here. It's not a gap, but oops. Let me make sure I didn't pull that over. Okay. So I need that, or at least in my mind I do. But because I'm thinking I want to put a switch here, but I don't really have room for the switch. Because I mean, I could move this up, but I'd have to like, I couldn't put switches directly on top of one another. So unless, you know, this came down and up, or well, if I move the program down some, let's just say for the sake of argument, and then but that's gonna look ugly and messy as hell. Excuse me. I no, I still don't want to do that. Or why not? If I built a small little custom thing that had a switch input, because these switches all would be turned off at the same time theoretically, and then only pass these two. All right, let's just, for the sake of argument, mess around with that. So what will we call this? We'll call this immediate switch. Actually, let's fully spell this out. Immediate switch. All right. So for the immediate switch, we are dealing with byte splitter. Okay. So we have our IO is going to be a byte input. The byte input is going to connect to that. Okay. Then we're going to have a 1 byte output is fine, or 1 bit output. So this output well, actually, technically, all right, so let's do this first. All right, so we would have a switch. And this is the part I'm not really a fan of. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Actually, I only need 6. All All right, so let's go ahead and just do this for the time being. All right, so then we need another 1-bit input here. That bit input will be the switch input. That essentially is going to go as such. And actually, this is an inverted bit input, right? So yeah, so this has to be an inverted bit input. Actually, I can move this down. Oops. Excuse me. And then we have our bit maker. Nope. Cancel. Our bit maker. Yeah, no, that's right. Bit maker is coming off of this. This is not going to be the cleanest thing. You know, damn it. Just gonna pull this back a little bit just so I have right. Let's spread this out just a hair. All right, so that one's straight. I technically don't need to do it this way, but all right, so then on this side, it's going to be essentially just the opposite. So it's going to go, we're going to come out and then we go up right here and over. All right. And then these guys are basically a pass through. Because they're always on. All right, so now what we're going to do, move these up just a hair. I got a little bit more room here. Let me do this. Okay, and then here, do that. Let's see, get that as close as possible. You know what, go ahead and rotate that as such. Oops. All right, and then we have this, go there. All right, so the whole purpose of this is when the input is off. I'm sorry, when this input is, when there's a signal coming in, then the input that's coming across is only going to pass on 64 and 128. Now, when this changes at all, And actually, I could technically have this be a self-contained switch in that if both of these are off, it automatically turns the switch on. Okay, so let's see here. Because technically, if both of those are, I mean, I still need to pass this here, but so what we do is set it, and as I've said many times before, in my mind, this works. So I don't technically need that. Now I just take this around, up. Actually, why do it that way? Why not do it here? So with that being said, slide these over. Slide that to right there. That would work. All right, so now in my mind, this works. All right, so if we get 64, no, actually that's fine, right? Because, well, here's what we don't know. What we don't know is if, well, so the only, what we don't know is what will happen in control mode or condition mode. We do know though that this here technically will turn this off and allow, okay, we're gonna go with this just to see what happens. Just for the time being. I mean, why not? All right, so with that being said, go ahead and move this back here, okay? Go ahead and wipe this out for a moment. So now, if we bring in immediate switch, so immediate switch, in theory, in my mind, this works. Okay. Then obviously we need our counter, which counter can stay where it is. All right, so in my mind, this works. Go, come on, stop it. That works. I'm glad it, see, it's cool that you can do that, you know. All right, so let me just do something here. That. Okay. All right. Nicely done. I'm gonna do this one more time though, just to validate something. So 63, that turns on. Okay, cool. All right, I'm just checking here. That works great. I didn't see much. I'm just trying to see here. Go, come on, go. That really bugs me. I'm just trying to watch the flicker on this. Okay, it does. Okay, it just, they're not doing that many things with it. All right. Okay, so now working computer. All right, let's see how this one works. Until this point, all possible programs have been confined to running in order, byte by byte. Before, only code could influence memory. Now memory must influence code. With the addition of conditional logic, our computer can run any algorithm and calculate anything calculable. All right, so the final thing we need to add is a mechanism for changing the program counter through the instruction when certain conditions are met. When the two largest bits are on, we are in condition mode. In condition mode, the value in register 3, so that's the fourth physical register, so 1, 2, 3, 4, this guy right here. The value in register 3 is compared against the condition defined by the lowest 3 bits in the instruction. If the condition is true, we overwrite the counter. We overwrite the counter to the value in, okay. So if it's true, okay, this is going to get fun. So if the condition matching is true, then we got to take this value here and basically feed it into the counter as an overwrite. Conditionally changing the counter means we can skip instructions based on conditions or have instructions run a loop. Okay. And so the only thing that's changed here is if register 3. These conditions correspond to the, all right, so register, so basically on condition mode, so let's break out our condition. Here's condition. All right, so on condition mode, condition, that's the input, and then the result. And if it's true, meaning it turns green, then we take 0 back into the counter. Now, as far as the condition is concerned, so this is going to trigger the condition. But now here's the question. Is the condition, oh no, wait, the condition is going to be based on, all right, so I'm guessing the first one is tracked. Let me get a condition in here. Okay, so so 193. All right, so condition. Okay, so condition is not 193. Or is condition 193? Okay, that's condition 193. So, all right, so in this instance, we need to take this to 193 Okay, so we're getting a 193 pushed. We gotta basically, we're gonna split this here into another bit splitter. Let me look at the condition. Let me look at the condition. Condition input is in bytes. Bits. It's in bits. No, it's in bytes. Okay, so no, so I can basically just feed. Okay, so I don't have to do any splitting. I just feed it. Okay, that's easy enough. All right, so what we do is, okay, so we are comparing register 3. All right, so register 3, which is 1 0 1 2 3. So this guy here. All right, so if the condition is met, we need to take output from here, feed it into here. If it's true, we take 0 to the counter overwrite. If it's false, nothing happens. All right, so first things first, we need to get a switch here roughly. Similar to how we did the switch up there. All right, let's do this just because. You guys go up, okay? All right, so let's, just so I have a little bit of room here, let's go ahead and move you. Just slide you over. As such. Okay. Just so I have room to hook one of my connections up. So we'll do, let's do purple for you. All right, so this is basically going to be just like the other one. So this, that, and then that. All right, so that there, well, one of its functions is going to be to trigger this output. Then that is the right one, right? 0 1 2 3. Okay, so nope, I'm trying to move the entire thing here. All right, and actually I could, no, we'll keep it out here. All right, so my gray, actually, can I fit this? I mean, I could technically fit it there. Well, I don't know. We may have to tweak this just a hair. All right, so we're going to take gray and basically connect to gray there. For the time being, we'll leave it as is. No, we will do, just because I don't need this triggering anything. So we're going to do another switch, roughly right there. That'll work. Go ahead and take pipe that, and then as such there, and then we'll take this to that. So this way it will allow the value to go into here. Because I don't want this arbitrarily getting some value. Never. Now, all right, so now if this is true, then this is where it's going to get fun. If it's true, then we need another switch here, and we'll basically do a switch roughly here. I got room up top, so that's good because we're going to run something all the way back. So the true so now this is going to come out to here. Let's say we go up above gray, right? Yeah, so above gray, zip all the way back over here and go into, so oh, we gotta actually technically we gotta we've got to have the yeah, no, I don't want both of you. Go back that up. Let's go ahead and turn you. Like, no, there you go. Let's turn you, and we're going to go ahead and move this higher. Just because. Actually, I don't need to move you higher. I can just do this. Oops. Just rotate you that way. And I need to leave room for this guy here. What color do we want to use for this? Pink, magenta, yellow, green. We'll do gray, screw it. No, let's do, we can do orange for this. All right, so the condition is going to come out. Condition is going to go and trigger, oops, a number of activities. So one is going to be hitting this switch here. The other is going to be coming up here. Basically, I'll just follow that over as well. Okay, go ahead and lower both of those. So it's on sitting on top of gray. All right, and then you will tie to that. You will tie to that, and then theory that should work there. Okay, so now, so if this is true, it's going to send a signal here, opening this to feed this. But we also need a switch, another switch, and I don't know if I can. No. I'll have to do another one of those self-triggering switches. So we're gonna do like so. And this guy here is basically going to, you know, I guess I could have actually just done that. No, I couldn't. So in this case, we'll just do a diagonal like that. So if the condition is met, it will open up this so the value can go, and it will hit this, which will push out the value. That value will come over here and get stored, and that will trigger the change. I think in my mind, well, in my mind that works. I don't know if it will or not. Let's find out. Okay. All right, so the issue right off the start is this is passing a true condition. So I'm going to need another switch here because right now it's conditioned that why are you getting 177? Yeah, so 177, what does 177 do? 177 is not a condition that you should be getting. So it's getting that. And as a result, which is true, that condition is met. However, we're not doing that. So I need to put one more switch in here. And where do we want to put that switch? Because I need to put a switch in here to tie to this. I need to tie into here. So let's go ahead and move the orange out just a bit. Just so I have room to put a switch in here. All right, so basically what we need to do here, we're gonna put a switch here. That switch is gonna be activated on, actually let's do this. All right, so go ahead and get rid of that. Go ahead and tie that up like so. All right, so this way, that should prevent this from getting a signal, I think. All right, so far so good. At tick 1, the program should load address 1. Well, we're on. This is pushing a 0. Yeah, so is it because of this? No. All right, is it because of this? Well, at tick 1, program load. So I didn't change anything to the counter from previously. I can change the increment value? Really? I didn't know that. So what happens when I do this? Okay. I honestly didn't know I could change the increment value of this. All right, so why? At tick 1, it should load address 1. Well, is that not address 1? Doesn't it go 0, 1, 2, 3, you know, or is it 1? I mean, 177 is considered that. Okay, so 177 is loading this guy here. But what are you loading it with? Oh, okay. So your value actually is 1. Okay. So we're but wait, we're getting 1 out of here. 177 is so that's immediate. That's supposed to take the number 1 and put it into register 1, which it's doing right here. Right. So no, I'm sorry. It's supposed to put it into this register here. Because we're on this condition here, which is immediate. Immediate turns no, that's not immediate mode. We're in right, so 1, 16, 22. That's not the right number. Oh wait, that's 158. Hold on, that's okay. So that one's lit up. That's lit up. That's lit up. That's lit up. There we go. Supposed to take from input to register 1, which is the number 1, which is correct. Taking from the input is number 1, and we're taking it and we're loading it here. That is correct. Now it says at tick 1, the program should load address 1. It's passing 177, but yet this is highlighting 170. Okay, what happened to my counter? All right, you know what? Let's get rid of the counter and let's re-add the counter, just because. Oops. For whatever reason, the counter, I didn't change anything with the counter that would make it, see, at tick 1, the program should load address 1. Make up your mind. Tick 1. Well, you're starting with tick 0. What in the hell happened? Because this here hasn't changed. I'm really confused right now. I mean, let me go ahead and just reconnect this just to make sure. Maybe the connection got broken? No. But I mean, I see 178 coming through here, and the instructions for 178 would be that. So take input to register 2. Input is currently 2, and it's there. So why are you saying? What the hell happened to this shit? Other than this true stuff here, I don't know what this is referring to here. So what in the hell happened? Also, out of curiosity, I don't think that really matters because. All right, so what is going on with this damn counter? The counter. So you know what? Let's do this. Let's go to the previous level, which was this one here, right? See? So that's got to be address 0, address 1. There's no difference. In fact, this is the same damn schematic. So when the 2 largest bits are on, so I mean, I got all that's figured out. So 177 is this. The 2 largest bits are not on. So that makes 0 sense. Why the hell? All right. Go ahead and connect this now. See that I don't know, maybe a bug in the game, who knows. All right. So our first one. All right, so all right, so now this, let's see what happens here. Keep an eye on my counter. All right, so we got conflicts here. So I'm pushing out 255 here, and 255 is actually supposed to go over here now. No, hold on. This is just, no. Got 255 here. It's not a comparison, and if it's true, then we're releasing 7. Okay, the problem is 7 is conflicting with 255. Okay, so basically I need a switch, an inverted switch here to turn off this output. Or turn off this output. Or both outputs for that matter. Yeah, because I don't have a reverse mux, as it were. All right, so let's go ahead and set this up. Let me go ahead and move you. Oh, no. No. Move you and you over. Actually, go ahead and just move you over as well. Okay. Now let's put another switch here. That'll work just fine there. I need to do an inverter. Yeah, so we need to do an inverter here. All right. So when this is on, this will be off. I need to do the same thing down here with this one in my mind. Yeah. So go ahead and move this over just because. And then do the switch there. Give me the inverter. You can go ahead and close that up. And then like so, right? Yeah, go ahead and move it over one, just to make it consistent with how I've been doing it. All right, so what that should do is when it gets to the condition point, it won't try to put any output on the line. All right, so let's see how that works. Reset. All right, so F5, next tick. All right, so now if register 3 is greater than or equal to 0, counter should equal 16. That's tick 12 or tick 11. Let's go back to tick 11. So tick 11, the next one we're going to get is a 192. All right, so 192 is supposed to be that. No. That's a copy. Let's calculate. Condition 192. So this never. Right? That's the next one that's going on. The condition right now is 197, which is that. All right, we go one more tick ahead. Okay. Oh, hold on. God, you know, this annoys me. All right, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. Okay. So we're at 1. Now we're at 2. Now we're at 3. Now we're at 4. Now we're at 5. Technically we're at 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And it's saying we're going to go to 7 next, so hold on. Wait. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 12, 13, 14, 15. Starting with 0. Okay. So 0, 1's next, then 2, then 3, then 4, then 5. We're on 5. Now we're being told to go to 7, which is there. Boom. Now 8, Now we're being told to go to 10, which is 13. So 13, or excuse me, 13, and 11, 12, 13. So we're going to 16 next. Okay, now we're at 14. Or that's 13. This is 14. 14 is telling us to take us to 16. 16 is 198. So we go. So what does 198 say? 198 says when the result is greater than or equal to 0. Copy. Okay. So in the result, so when register 3, let's go look at register 3. Register 3, 0, 1, 2, 3. That is greater than 255, or it is greater than 0. Why is it doesn't recognize that? Okay, so what if we, does that matter if we change it to negatives? Because maybe that's what I was supposed to be running on. Let's find out here in a second. Because technically, in this case, it's false. In which case, it being false, it said output should only be enabled. Thing is though, how is it treating negative numbers here? Just out of curiosity. So negative 79. So a 194 and a negative 162. Well, that's the thing is, this is not showing, this is, a negative is the equivalent of 194. Oops, this one. No, both of them. So this is the equivalent of negative 62. So, but thing is though, and okay, so yeah, so I have to run it with this. I have to toggle it because, you know, obviously, you know, if I look at this, what's in register 2 right now, or register 3. So technically, when the result is less than 0, well, obviously that is not less than 0. But when we flip it, so that is correct. All right. So, all right. So get back up to 12. All right. So at this point here, said output should only be enabled when outputting. Why is output enabled? That's actually a good question. All right, so, well, no, because that's one thing we didn't, no, because we're in immediate mode. No, we're not. We're in condition mode. So condition mode. All right, so that's something that I can fix with the immediate switch, because that was one thing I didn't know yet. So if both are on or both are off, we don't pass numbers. Okay, easy fix. Because like I said, I wasn't sure what was going to happen with that. All right, so with the immediate switch, we basically change it because right now I only have it, you know, if both are off. Because I turn it on, if both are on, the switches are on, and if they're alternated. So basically, what I need to do is, this is actually going to be, this, an XOR. So both off, this stays off. All right, so we're going to change this to an XOR, or XNOR, excuse me. We're going to change it to a snore. So one on. Okay, that's what we want. He said we hadn't dealt with the components or the conditions portion of this yet, so that was the first time. All right, so now let's try this. Yeah, we're good. Yes, you did it. I thought you were just this odd-looking hairless ape creature, but you actually built a real computer. Amazing. No, not completely hairless yet. Top of the head's getting there, though. All right, so I've unlocked a program. All right. That was interesting. All right, so let's see what the next level is. Okay, so now we got programming. Well, so all right, so let's see here. Is this mean basic logic is below this, and then was all this? Yeah, this was all arithmetic. Okay, the CPU. So now we're gonna start programming, and then after programming, we've got CPU architecture number 2. Then we got functions, and then we got assembly challenge. So I think we're at the halfway point. So I can actually search for something. Oh, well, that would be nice to know beforehand, because I could have just used this to look for stuff I was looking for, as opposed to using the keyboards and all that. All right. Anyhow, anywho's. No, get off that. Okay, stop. God bless it. Get off of the level search. There we go. I'm trying to pan here. All right. Let me stretch my legs again. Get me another drink. Yeah, we'll press on. So be back in a few. All right, so now we're going on to the programming segment. Let's see how this is. You have built your computer, but to win the competition, you still have to finish the maze. No, not the maze. But since you don't know how to program it yet, you're not quite ready for that. So in the meantime, we will have to help you out on the ship a little, okay? Click on the memory, click on the edit memory icon on the program component to start programming your computer. Your computer should read an input, add 5 to it, and output it again. Notice the immutable red register components have been replaced with a custom component with identical functions. Okay. All right, so this is a register plus. Ooh. All right, so I need to, this is going to be the fun part. You're gonna, how many ticks do we need to do on this? Okay, you should read an input. Okay, so read an input. So technically this is the input, right? Or no, read the input from the input. Okay, so read your input, add 5 to it, and output it again. All right, so to read the input, all right, so let's go to this thing here. So we want to do a copy from input to register 0. So we want to do a 176. Okay. Huh. Ah. Well, isn't that nifty? Can I copy this? But anyhow, so we want to do a 176. So we need to read the input first. All right, so you're actually going to make me flip this around and do it this way. All right, so we want to do a 176 first. All right. And then we want to add 5 to it. So to add, we want to compute. No, not compute. We want to, yeah, compute. We want to add. Oh, but in order to do that, we need to send a 5. We need to put a 5 in. We need to put a 5 into another register. So I need to do an immediate 5. I forget though, where does immediate go to? Immediate, the immediate is top one. Okay, so actually, so we want to send it to register. We want to actually send the immediate's going to go to register 0. Oh no, wait, my add is register 0 and Jesus. My add is, hold on. Immediate goes to 0. My add, so I basically do an immediate, which still 0. And they take 0, put it into 2. And no, okay, so a read to 1. Okay, man. All right, so first things first, let's because 176 was wrong. So we need to copy input to 1. So we need to do a 177. Okay. Then we need to do an immediate of 5, which is that there. So the second one is going to be this. Well, actually, third one can be that. That's fine. We can do third that. We need to do a copy from 1. No, copy from 0. Because that's where my immediate is. No, wait, you got to do the immediate first, obviously. So immediate there. Then we copy from 0 to 2. Then we add which is this and that. And then what? What's next after we do the add? Is that it? Just one add? Click on the memory, edit icon, start programming. Your computer should read an input, add 5 to it, and output it again. Okay, so then after we do our, this is the add, and then we copy from 3 to output. So can I just, if I do this, because that's what I'm trying to do here, if I hit copy, oh, okay, that just, oh no, that doesn't paste. Okay, never mind. Never mind. Let me go put these back the way they were. Delete that. Right, so copy. Hold on. Right, so in theory, that should work. I think. Let's see what happens. All right, so step 1, we took an input. We've got an input of 121 here. Now we're going to do an immediate 5 here. Now we're going to take 5 and put it here. 5 didn't go there. Pushing 5 out. What's a 128? Wait. What? Why did it? What the? God bless it. That's supposed to be a copy from 0 to 2. Why didn't it hold that? And then, okay, I don't know why. I swear to God I had that, but so 0 to 2. Okay, start over. So we load up our number 121. Hold on, reset everything. Okay, we got 121. We got 5. Now 5 should appear down here. Now this plus this should give me 126. And 126 should appear here. Now 126 should go out. That good? I mean, But how many? Am I supposed to do this? Like the full program is to do that? Is that how? I mean, I guess do I need to fill in the entire program to do that? So, okay. So then this guy here, all right. So then 0, 1. Okay, so 0. So then this guy here is going to be a condition if 0, if it equals 0, so 193, it pulls this, which we haven't done anything. So we're basically going to set this at 0 and basically just let it loop, I think. So that, and that, theoretically. I don't know. Because I'm confused on how far it wants me to go. I mean, oh, okay, I see. Oh, I see the test counter now. Okay, I missed this little test counter here. So name codes and edit them in a convenient editor and manual entry. Okay. Okay, got it. That was my bad. On our ship, we naturally shoot incoming asteroids with lasers. Well, obviously, or naturally. In order to calibrate said laser, we want you to calculate the circumference of the asteroid. Oh, Jesus. Now we're having to do math. Assuming pi is roughly equal to 3. 2 pi r is the input, and you can approximate pi as 3. Send the answer to output when it has been calculated. Okay. So, similar to the last one, also you now have access to assembly program language. It allows you to add names for instructions. You can, for example, type add instead of, oh, okay. So how the hell does that work? Oh, what the hell is that? Oh, that's the asteroid. I have no idea what the hell this is. Edit watch. Oh, edit watch state. Okay. Oh, okay. Oh, Jesus. Oh, okay. So this is the previous code I had before. Except there's one part that's missing, and that's input. Yeah. Oh, okay, there we go. Add. All right, so we need to take from input, so that's going to be copy from input to 1. Name input to reg 1. All right. So we need to do that. So, oops. But just drag this over. I mean, Oh, so I just type in what I want to. So I can't drag. Can I copy? Let's copy that and do that. All right, so we have to bring in our input. Okay. And then, what are we supposed to be doing again? Oops. So that's the input. So we need. We haven't multiplied before. But if we're going to go with the presumption of pi is going to just be flat 3, so we can just do that as 6 and essentially add input to itself 6 times, right? Because we haven't learned how to multiply in this game. And without knowing what the input is, well, so what we do, okay, hold on here. It may not be the most efficient test. All right, so actually that's supposed to be reg 1. Okay, let's put IPT then. Actually, just call it in P to reg 1. In P to reg 1. Okay. All right, so we're actually going to take we got 0 through 5. So we're going to use register number 5. So we call this input to reg 5. All right, so we're going to input to reg 5. So we have our base. We know we need to repeat this 6 times. So the whole 6 thing, because again, unless trying to think here. But you still need a counter to loop it based on the radius. Jesus, how do you multiply effectively? That's my challenge right there is having it loop. Well, okay, so how so Hmm. I mean, one aspect is I've got 6 registers. And so if I basically fill up each register 1 through or 0 through 5, on the first add, it's basically going to overwrite whatever's in 3. So all right, so this is gonna be no, I don't need to loop it. I just basically gotta rinse and repeat it. So we do our inputs to, I don't need to do an immediate because there's no point in doing an immediate 2 or an immediate 3 because you can't actually multiply. So what we're going to do is we'll do this. Knowing that all the addition happens between 1 and 2. So input to reg 0. All right, so reg 0 will be our base. Then from reg 0, we're going to copy from reg 0 to reg 1. So, which I already have here. So, and you know what? I'm gonna just shorthand some stuff. R1, oops, R1 or R0, R1. Okay, so we go R0 to R1, and then R0 to R2. So R0, R2. Oh, did I not save R0, R1? My bad. My bad. Save. Okay. There we go. And then we add. So they gave us add. So we add. All right. So then we go. And actually, I can go straight to R1. Well, because this here at least. So then we got to go from R3 back to R1, let's say. So this will be R3, R1. R3, R1. All right, so this is number 1. Then we add, which will take 1 and 2. And then R3, R1, oops. R3, R1. R3, R1, there we go. Add R3, R1, add R3, R1. So let's see here. So I gotta do add, should appear 6 times. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, R3, R1, add, and then we do R3 to out. R3 out. R3 out. Save. Not re-out, R3 out. All right. And I'm going to change these around. So we'll call this in R0. In R1. In R2. In R3. In R4. In R5. And then for out, that's copied from there. Okay. So then we go from we got R0, R1, R0, R2. Let's do R0, R3. R0, R3. Because could come in handy later on. R0, R4. R0, R5. I can go ahead and get rid of that. Go get rid of these. Change this to in R0. Actually, you know what? We'll get rid of all the capitalized ones. All right, so we basically take our input, we're gonna throw it into 0. Then we're gonna take 0, put in 1, 0 into 2, add, which takes 1 and 2 together, puts it in 3. Then we're gonna take 3, put it back into 1, because 2 should still be there, and we're just gonna rinse and repeat that, and then we're gonna output 3. In theory, this should work. We call this asteroid laser cal. All right. Yeah, this works. So our special number is 3. Okay. So we should see 3 based on their math, you know, because like I said, they're using pi as just a flat value of 3. So we should see 18 when everything is said and done. So 3, then we copy there, just so I could have a base there. All right, so then first add 6. Now 6 should show up there. Then 9. Too many adds. So 3. So add number 1, we got 6. Add number 2. Add number 3. Add number 4. Add number 5. Two pi, so 2 pi, which is 6. So why am I doing another add here? Hold on. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh, you know what? No. Wait, hold on. 1, 2. This will give me oh, you know what? Well, hold on. So 6, 9, 12, 15, 18. So this one here doesn't matter, I guess. Oops. All right, so that. Not the most efficient or pretty program. I've unlocked Robotron 9000 plus. Okay. The cargo hull has become infested with space rats. We have hooked your machine up to our advanced robot, and we want you to program it to shoot the space rats with lasers. Be aware that the lasers can only shoot when there are no other laser beams already in flight. Check robot page for instructions on how to program him. There's a link to that page as well as in the other. Okay. Oh my god, what the hell? Shows the robot and its surroundings. Enjoy the moment. Use action, shoot laser. Okay. So this is Space Invaders. No, not that. Oh, so I have to use the arrows. Okay. Use the actual arrow keys, return and tab. Okay. Oh, ooh. Oh, this is gonna be fun. Run! Run, Forrest, run! This is going to be very interesting. You died! The hearts in the top right bar are decoration only. Oops. Alright, now I understand how this thing moves. So the best option is to... Okay, we're going to follow you here. Oh, okay, too close. Ah! Okay, so don't get as close to you guys. Okay. Ah! But remember, you can only have one laser active at a time. Oh, I'm in a bad spot. I'm gonna die. Oh, I didn't die. So just out of curiosity, what happens when you reach the bottom? Seeing one wall, seeing one wall. Okay. Oh, I can move that? What happens when they hit that? Nothing. Okay. Can I shoot through that? Okay. Seeing 40 crate. Debris. Okay. So this is essentially, I think, just to let me kind of gauge the numbers. So 33 is a space rat. Okay. So Oh, bullshit. Oops. Had I been programmed to do this level would have been had I been programmed to do this, this would have completed the level. Alright, well, I had to do that just to see how this shit's gonna work. Oh my goodness. This is gonna be fun. How in the hell? Oh my goodness. All right, so so I got what I have to calculate, I guess. All right, so those are watch states. All right, so I'm thinking this is going to be a whole bunch of. I mean, do I have to send it to the output? Do I do immediate to a register and then output? Or can I do an immediate to? No, because you can't do an immediate to output. Immediate goes to a register. All right, so not sure what enjoy the moment is. I didn't see that in the. I saw that. I saw 5 and 6, which are the basically just use action and shoot laser. Yeah, so I don't know what enjoy the moment is. All right, so this is okay. So okay. So what I need to do, this is going to be really fun to do, is essentially I need to keep track of what movements I do and then turn around and program him to do that. I guess the first question though, before I even begin with that, is I'm presuming everything's going to be, well, let's try immediate. All right, so where did his controls go? All right, so let me do this first. 0 is right. Let me document what his controls are. 1 is down. 2 is left. 3 is up. 4 is who knows. We may have to play around with that. 5 is action. And 5, not 6. 5 is action. And then 6 is laser. Properly spelled this time as opposed to my other program. All right, so if I do an immediate 3, and we'll call this test. And we're just going to do test, test, test. So should I see him doing something here? Oh, you know why he's not doing anything? Because this is a capital T. All right. Damn case sensitive shit. All right. So I'm seeing that there. He's obviously not doing anything. So this is, well, okay. I don't know if I should see him doing anything here. Oops. Okay, so immediate sends it to register 0. So let's do a register 0 to out. Do I not have a register 0 to out? No, I don't. All right, so let's go ahead and do this. Register 0 to out. So we'll call this RO out. Okay, and so we'll do RO out test RO out test RO out. Let's see what this does. Like I said, I don't know if I should be seeing him do anything here or not. Okay, I can see him do that. Okay, that's cool. All right, so basically, for every action you want him to do, you basically have to do an immediate and then out. Because you cannot do you can't do a what do you call it, you can't do an immediate to out directly. Okay, so what we got to do now, oops, the computer will not allow you to take that off the screen. All right, so what I got to do is restart. All right, so I need to document, and actually I think the easiest way of doing this is the old-fashioned pen and paper. So let me go get a pen and paper real quick. Okay, so this is definitely not what I was having to expect to do for this, but that's okay. All right, so this is our starting position. So we're gonna go up. Okay, we actually be in the game. Okay, so we're gonna go up 1, up 2, up 3, up 4, up 5. So up 5. So I can just do that. Up times 5. Then now if I move to the right, he just changed direction. So we're gonna do a right. Then we're basically just gonna start shooting lasers. So laser 1, 1, 2, 3, 4. So that's probably what the sit and wait is. All right, so let's start again. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Turn to the right, and then wait. So I'm going to use action. So actually, so we'll do turn to the right, and then we're going to wait for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. So we're going to enter for 13. Then we're going to do laser. Then we're gonna wait for, actually, we can spam laser. So laser 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So we're gonna spam laser 12 times. Then we're gonna move to the right 1, 2, 3. Then we're going to turn left. We're going to wait for 1, 2, 3. I just hope I've got enough in this program to do this. Now we're going to laser 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. The laser 16. Now we're going to go to the left. 1, 2, 3, 4. Then we're going to turn right. And we're going to laser 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Another 12 lasers. Now we're just going to turn to the left. We're going to wait for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So enter times 6, and then laser 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Okay, laser times 11. Now, considering I think I have 256 moves to do this, should be good to go. All right. All right, so now, all right, so let's go ahead and get a new program up. All right, go ahead and wipe that off the board. No, I meant to wipe this off the board. Yep. Oh, wipe that off the board there. Okay. So, all right. So we need to create. So. All right. So up is 3. So immediate 3. We call that up. Immediate 1 is down. I need to change up so it's lowercase. The 3 is up. That is going to be immediate. Nothing is right. Immediate 2 will be left. Immediate 4. We're going to do a test on this unknown. Immediate 5 we'll call action. And laser is immediate 6. All right, so let me get rid of this. All right. So I want to do a test. Then we need execute. Execute will be going from register 0 to output. Oh, that's actually perfect. Because after every command, you have to execute. So let's do just as a quick test here, a known, execute. So I don't think it actually did anything. All right, so we have to go up 5 times. So up, execute, whoops, 2. You know what? We're gonna shorten execute to just X. Just because. All right. So go ahead and get rid of that. All right. So, all right. So that's 2 ups. Oops. Oh, I can move here too? I didn't know that. All right. Anyhow, it doesn't matter. That's 3. X. 4. X. X. There we go. 4. X. Now we turn right. X. And then we wait. So action. Copy that. The reason being I'm lazy. We're gonna wait for 13. So that's 1, 2. I wish I could just put this on a notepad. And can I? Just out of curiosity. What happens when I do this? Oh, it does work. Oh, okay. So just to make things a little bit easier here. Sorry. Now this has actually got my got my interest here. All right, so so 2, 3, 4. Now here's a question. What happens if I do this? Just seeing if there's any. What does that do? Let's find out, shall we? What does that do? I don't think it actually does anything, does it? Oops. No, it doesn't. Oops. What if we put a comma here? No. Just wanted to see. Can I say go to 1? No, okay. Just trying some old basic stuff. All right, sorry. Just wanted to see if you could all right, so 1, 2, 3, 4, that's 5. Execute. Then we're going right. Execute. Then we have to go to action. Execute 15 times. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. And I don't know why I did 15 because I was only supposed to do 13. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. So all that goes bye-bye. All right, so then after that, we laser 12 times. So laser, execute. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. And then we go right 3 times. So right, execute, right, execute, right, execute. Then we turn left, execute. And then we action, execute 3 times. So 1, 2, 3. Then we laser 16 times. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. Okay. Then we go left 4 times. 1, 2, 3, 4. And then we turn right once. And then we either laser 12 or 13 times. Laser. So we'll do 12 times because I miswrote something here. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. And worst comes to worst, I add another one there. So I'll just put a highlight here on my cheat sheet or my document. So if it fails, I know where to add one. Then we turn left and and execute. And then we action 16 or 6 times. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And then we laser 11 more times. So 1, and it's, come on, damn it. I'm trying to copy and paste. I don't need whatever the hell. So 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. So now we got our program done. And take it from there and put it into this. All right. Let's see how this works. Woo! Was it the most efficient? No, because I probably could have used the condition, or something like that. But you know what? It worked. What's this one going to be now? The security access door to the storage room is broken and it keeps locking out our janitor locking our janitor inside. The door keeps changing the passcode. We need a program that can recover the passcode at any time. The easiest way to find the passcode would be to try all combinations until you find the right one. Although the broken mechanism does make a weird beep when your guess is too high, you might be able to use that to your advantage. To win this level, when your output, to win this level, Jesus, let's try this one more time. You win this level when you output the correct passcode. No output will fail the level. Additionally, the input will be 1 after a guess that was too high and 0 otherwise. Additionally, the input will be 1 after a guess that was too high and 0 otherwise. I'm not sure I follow that. Well, the input will be, let me Okay, so so if I guess the correct code, you win. No output will fail the level, so I can throw outputs there until I'm blue in the face. Additionally, the input will be one after a guess that was too high, and 0 otherwise. Input will be one after. So if I guess too high, the input I get here. Okay. Oh, okay. Additionally, the input will be 1 after I guess was too high, and 0 otherwise. Okay, I see what's saying here. So when I do a guess, so for example, oops. So, oh, we can do labels now. Label, my label. Also, you should really take a look at the assembly. Okay, we'll look at that just because. So comments but on that. Additionally, the constant keyword can be used to make a value within a. Hold on. Additionally, the constant keyword can be used to name a value within a specific program. Label assigns the name to byte offset of the line, so label finish. You can add, subtract, multiply, divide integers. Okay. Breakpoints can be added by clicking to the left of a line number. Breakpoint will cause it to pause. I don't understand the constant portion or the label portion. But I guess we'll get to that later on. All right, so if we do an immediate, let's do an immediate. Immediate 31, because I presume the code's going to be between 0 and 63, just because, unless we're trying to add something. So for the first one, we're going to do an immediate 1. We'll call this M1, just for the sake of it. Where's M1? Type in M1. M1 execute. And then we're gonna do all this M63. Execute. So let's see what this does. So let's start that again. Oh, that speeds it up. Okay. So M1. So I should have, oh, you know what? I'm not doing, sorry. I'm not sending anything to output. M1 goes to 0, so I need to do M1 execute. Forgot about that. R0 out, execute. Then we'll do M63. execute. R0 out, execute. All right. Yeah, I forgot about the gotta transfer it. All right, so first step. Okay, so I got one there. Sending one out. Obviously no signal. 63. So now, if I understand this correctly, what I should get here is a 1. I didn't get a 1. I was under the impression I would get a 1. Don't understand the whole label thing. But I was under the impression that the input will be 1 after a guess. That was too high. So you tell me 63 was not high enough? I can't immediate any higher than that, unless we add. I mean, we can do that. So 63 is still sitting there, right? All right, so let's go ahead and take R0 to R1, execute. We're gonna do another immediate, new immediate. We call this immediate 60. The reason being because I don't want it to go over. All right, so then we'll do immediate 60, execute. R0 to R2, execute. So actually, wait, hold on. What does execute do? I don't need all these executes. I needed the executes in the last one. But I don't need all these here. Executes are for the robot portion. I don't need execute here. All right, so we're doing immediate 1 out, and then this here sends it to output. Then immediate 3, that's gonna go to the output. Then we're gonna copy that to 1, to immediate 60, copy that to 2. Then we'll do an add, and then we'll do an R3 to out. All right, let's see how this works. Because what I'm looking for is, oops. I want to see this turn into a 1. All right, so outputting 1, nothing. Outputting 63, nothing. So I got 123 there. Nothing. All right. Take R3, R1, add R3 out. I have yet to see that. I've yet to see that change. $243. It still hasn't changed. This should error out here in a second, because it shouldn't be able to go any higher. It should cap out at 255. So I was under the impression this is supposed to turn into a 1. No, it's got to be enabled. I bet you that's why. I bet you that's why. So okay, so I think I need to do, okay, so we'll do an input. So do in R5. So after every output, we'll do this. Just to see what we get. Oops. Right, because I think that's what it is. Is I technically have to pull an input as opposed to. All right, so we'll see here in a second. Okay, so 0, 0, still 0. Okay. Now, I need to do that again. The reason being is, ironically, at the same time that one ding ding, I heard a ding ding. I don't know if that was my chat monitor or something else. That's on tick 19, right? Okay, so no, it didn't make a noise. All right, so though, basically, that is going to be my condition indicator somehow to okay. And so basically, if this hits 1, I need to do and actually, where's the conditions at? So what I need to do is I need to take this number here, and so there's actually a couple, and I can loop through this. And actually, looping through this, here's the deal. I have an idea how to, well, what I'm thinking is basically we loop through an add, okay? So, and the way it would work is we would do an immediate 1 to here, okay? Then we take that value, so similar to how we did the asteroid thing. Take the value from here, put it into 1, put it into 2, add the 2 up, they go into 3. We take 3, copy it into 4, just so we can see what, keep track of what it was, and then send it to the output. Because we want to then take this guy here and feed it into this. And the reason we want to do that is because then we can have a condition check take place. Now, in theory, if I'm adding it up incrementally 1 bit at a time, this here, won't matter, theoretically. Okay, so we will come back to this in just a moment. Let's stretch again, get another drink, and let's see if we can knock this last one out before we call for the afternoon session. So be back in a moment. All right, so let's go ahead and wipe all of this out because, well, we need immediate one, so we'll leave that. All right, so the way this is, I envision this working is we're going to load 1 into register 0, and then we're going to move it from 0 to 1 and to 2. Once that move's done, we're going to do another immediate to 0 with the value to be determined later. Then we're going to do our add. The add's going to come down here. We're going to take the result of the add and move it up to 2 or 1. It doesn't matter. Then we're going to output it. If we hit the win, then the test is over and it starts over again. If it's not right, the next step is going to be take the input and put it into this register here, at which time we will do a condition check. If the condition is equal to 0, it's going to basically have the value of this feed back to the counter at which point it will create the loop. So that's the step in the program that we will determine later. So first things first, we load into 1 or load into 0, then we do R0 to R1, R0 to R2. Okay. Then we're going to do an immediate, and I'm just going to put a question mark here for now. So now we do an add. Now from the add, we take R3 to we'll put an R2 just because. R2, which I haven't created yet, but we will. I think I did an R3 to R1, right? Okay, so we'll do it that way. So, then we'll do an R3 out. And if we're good, boom, game over, or test over. If that's not good, then we're going to do an in to R3. Now this one here, I haven't done before. So now we're going to do a condition. So condition equal to 0. So condition, and we call on equal. The only thing you can do is underscores on equal E0. So equal 0. So we'll do a cond E0. All right. So now it looks like, now see this. So I fully don't understand the whole my label aspect of it. And going back to this again, label assigns a name to the byte offset of the line it was inserted on. This is especially useful for naming jumping destinations. All right, I still, okay, so I'm gonna, I'm Googling one thing here. The name used for labels in assembly language program consists I'm just I'm looking. Because it doesn't say you can jump, because one of the commands in assembly language is jump. So can you JMP to my label? Okay, what happens if I do my label? I don't know. So I don't understand the label aspect of it. Because it makes it sound in here, label assigns a name to byte offset. This is especially useful for naming jumping destinations. So if I wanted to, if I did label loop, how does that work? You know, so for example, okay, let's just see here what happens. I'm gonna just because and if I put a pound sign that comments it out. All right, so what happens with this? Will it loop? No, it didn't loop. So I don't know. And you can't jump loop. So jump is not a valid command. So not sure how the label works. All right, so we'll do this. Loop to next line encounter. All right. So we're going to do this condition E, and then condition E should then take us back to here. So that's no. So we don't want to loop here. So this is going to be immediate 4. So immediate 4. Okay, so M4 should put the number 4. And so when the counter comes back, it should loop back to that. In theory. I can go ahead and get rid of that guy, get rid of that guy. All right, so that there should actually do it. So we put number 1 into register 1. So actually, put it in the register 1. There's just in the off chance, or register 0, just in the off chance that 1 is the number, we'll shoot it to output. All right, so now we actually have to change this to immediate 5. Excuse me. Okay, so we do this. We send that to output immediately, just in the off chance that that is the number. It's going to be random, so you never know. Then, if it is, it resets the test. If it's not, then it's going to copy 0 to 1 and 0 to 2. Then we're going to put the number 5 into register 0, because that's going to be our loop line. We're going to do add, which will add these two together, and we'll put it into R3. We're going to copy R3 back up to R1, just so it's ready for the loop increment. We're also going to send 3 to the output. If it is the number, then boom, test over, it resets. If not, then we're going to take the input and move it to 3, which should be a 0. So condition 0 basically is going to have this thing here. Condition 0 should be true, which will then trigger this to output 5 to the counter, in which case we'll start the program over at line 5. And it will rinse and repeat theoretically until it hits the right number. So let's see how this works. So, wish I could, what does this actually do? I don't know what this actually does for me. Okay, so right now, actually, let's do this. This was tied to this. I'm not 100% sure what that's doing for me. This is edit watch states, but okay. Anyhow, I just want to put that back. All right, let's start this again. All right, so step one, we're doing an immediate one, so we got 1 there. We're going to send 1 to the output. Boom, 1 to the output, no signal, which means that's obviously not the correct answer. So now we're going to take 0 to 1 and 0 to 2. We're going to set this now as 5. Okay, now we're going to add, which will then make this 3 or 2. Okay, we're going to take this, put it here. Okay, now we're going to take that and send it to the output. So 2's in the output. Nope, not that answer. We're going to bring the input from to here, which should be a 0. It's a 0. So now we're going to do a condition. The condition matches, which should be sending 5 back here, which should then, we should start again. All right, now we just keep on doing this, and we'll see what happens. Because I presume once it hits the number, the test will end. I hope. Oh, that's the watch states. Oh, okay, so I can just see them at a glance there. Okay. Got it. So I could put a watch state on 1 or on input. Okay, so we hit it once. All right, just because. Stop. Excuse me. Let me now that I understand what the watch states are. So this way I can just at a glance. Awesome. 1 second. All right, let me just do one thing real quick. That's 812 ticks. Oh yeah, so okay, no, just let me just see here something. Oops, stop. Because this here should technically always be 0. And I presume that circ here just means circle. But that should always be 0 because we're just incrementing it 1 at a time. Now, is there a more efficient way of doing this? Perhaps. Wow, it took me all the way up to 252. All right, let's go ahead and just speed through it. But it worked. Cool. What's this one here? Just curious, see if I want to mess around with this versus, let's see, calculate. Oh, Jesus. The length of our week is 4 days. Our weekdays are named 0 day, 1 day, 2 day, and 3 day. And here's some other things. Number there's 2 days incorrectly. it doesn't really surprise me. Anyway, New Year is coming up, and we want you to calculate the weekday of everyone's birthday. Oh my God. We give you the date, and all you have to do is return the weekday within 8 ticks. So in this level, you're given a number as input, and you should return that number modulo 4 as a result. Challenge is that you only have 8 ticks to output the desired result. Note, you don't need to change your hardware. You just have to figure out the trick to do. All right, so well, first things first. Actually, let's see here. Does it say to talk about in here? No. I guess the first thing is understanding modular 4 or mod 4 is basically oh my goodness. We're dealing with mod 4. No, I don't want to use a calculator. I just want to understand, make sure I understand what I'm thinking. God damn, I'm trying to read here. Stop scrolling it. All right, so but you said you're going to give me in this level, you're given a number as an input, and you should return that number module 4 as a result. Right, so I need to see another example here. All right, so we're going to have an input, and whatever that input is, what's in the registers already? Nothing's in the registers. So why are you giving this to me? What's 1? Hold on, wait, I'm confused. Yeah, these didn't do anything, did it? Hold on. I'm confused again. Oh, that's an immediate. Yeah, so anything below 63 is an immediate. So just out of curiosity here. So it said I can do. Wait, so if I just do that, oh, that's just the, yeah. So anything below 63 is technically an immediate. So 62 will be an immediate. But no, oops, no, I don't want to switch. I want to, yeah, see this. You can add, subtract, multiply, divide, multiply, merge, divide, or values together using those. So okay, no, it is 0. Okay. It just the number disappeared. Okay. That's not the issue though. So I'm gonna get an input. So we do, I don't know why they were, below calculates 1 plus 1. Yeah, I figured that. Yeah, I've been doing that. So, all right. So we need to do into R0 just to do that. Let me just see what type of number we're getting. So we get a number like 81. Well, so we got to essentially in 8 ticks, the 8 steps, we've got to take this number here, divide it by 4. How you divide by 4 with this, I don't know. I mean, the answer I'm looking for in this case is where's it at? So 81 divided by 4. So then say, all right, so how about this? So in this case, the answer I'm looking for is 1. Because 81 divided by 4 is 20.25. So basically drop the 20 off, take the decimal remainder, multiply that by 4, and that gives me 1. How do you do something like that in 8 steps? That's something that we will find out on the next stream, because we're going to hold off on that one and we'll mess around with that next time. So that's going to be it for now, and we'll pick this up later on. So until next time.